Okay, just getting set up here. Making sure everything is in the way it needs to be in. Right. Yes. I gotta find another cooling way to keep my wheel cool. Because, especially when I'm on Nordschleife, it's in the butt. Fans on quite a bit. It gets quite a workout on that course. Now, I'm going to take out the Carrera. I don't know if I like yellow. Could be though. This blue. Mahogany. Kind of an orange color. Oh, red. I guess we'll go for red. I know it's kind of cliche. Everybody uses it. Always takes so long to load this tracking. There's not really much you can do with this quote-unquote setup. Take the front toe out. I'll zero that off. See what that does. Okay. Right. I don't like the loop on there. Oh. Hit the red flash. What can we do there? Make everything the same. Again, when it's supposed to when you want it to. I had that issue before, patch, last touch. He wants to come around on me so bad. Yeah, come on, come on. Come around, yeah, right. Off of the fuel. Well, without the fuel, she just wants to come right around. That's a diff going on there. This can't control. Understeer, let off the fuel. I don't know how to correct it really, to be honest. It's probably so far. It's not getting it yet. Shifting again. Yeah. 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 Boy, oh boy. Hmm. That's more weak. That's not rotation. God damn. That's disgusting. Look at it, to be honest with you. I'll screw it up. What's going on? Yeah, it is a replay. Just having a peek at how I'm trashing this friggin' nice 911 Carrera around here. It's giving me a really hard time. Yeah, it's not an easy car to handle. I don't have any traction control on. It's really I mean, it's not the worst thing I've taken around here, that's for sure. It's a beautiful car. You just gotta get the toe settled out on it. I got a lot of power off oversteer, and I don't know really how to fix it at this point. Just one of those things you gotta work on, right? To get the sweet spot. Well, you know, I guess I could tell you to subscribe to my channel. I mean, I have a ton of videos up there, but I mean, that's self-promotion, and I don't mind doing that, but I talk a lot about, you know, I talk about some of the cars. I've just done some recent reviews on the Porsche. If you're not worried about the support end of it, if you're not interested in getting involved in the forums and having debate or giving an opinion, if you are criticizing, or if you're a type that is wanting to get critical opinion of their product, and you just want to play the game, you want to play this sim, it's great. I mean, the physics are bar none. If you are interested in debate and input and all that kind of stuff, and not afraid to speak your mind, which I'm not afraid to speak my mind, whether it's informed or not. They're like everybody else in their forums, in their official forums. They just shut you down. But again, I have to weigh out how much time I spend in the forums and pointing out their, you know, the issues that they do have versus time in game. And I put a lot of hours in Assetto Corsa. And I really have to say I really love it. It's for the physics. They don't have private servers or anything like that. Their online servers are quite limited. So I would say get it, dude. I mean, I would say, you know, there's plenty to come. It really depends on where you're coming from, like what's your background in this type of stuff. Like what else have you used before? I mean, I have this on PS4 and the PC, but watch, I stuff it up here horribly. Yeah, like I'm a GT fan. Like, I mean, I was a GT hound dog for a lot of years, but buddy, I have every copy of it since day one back in the 90s, mid 90s when they first came out. Yeah, GT, boy, I don't know. I have mixed emotions with that one too. But yeah, they've got some stunning graphics going to come out. They're just so late to the game. Yeah, I think since GT4, it's kind of gone down a little bit. I mean, up in ways where they've come along in graphics and stuff, but I think with Project Cars and Assetto Corsa, they're pushing that envelope, and Gran Turismo PD is really falling behind in the sounds and listening to the community. Maybe it's some arrogance, I don't know, but money, all that kind of stuff will do that to you, I guess. So for me, it's a wait and see with GT. It'll be hard for me not to buy it probably, but I hope indications are the physics aren't up to snuff, but it's not released yet, so we'll see. See what the reviews are once it starts coming out. But this is look at that. You see that? I had her all sideways. Like, if you're into this kind of stuff, I mean, you know, it's a definite go-getter, dude. I mean, pretty hard for me to tell you not to get this, because I'm pissed off at the devs on the forum, you know, and I am. There's no doubt. There, look, see that stuff? Jeez, that's my bad there. So yeah, it's hard to say right now. You know, I think that this is Assetto Corsa definitely has some work to do, but you know, it definitely sounds better than the other Gran Turismos. You're absolutely right, but it doesn't have this kind of sound. It certainly doesn't have that physics. To be honest with you, I mean, I've put a lot of hours in Gran Turismo. Just Gran Turismo 5 and 6 alone. Put it this way, in Gran Turismo 6, I put 70,000 kilometers, on-track kilometers on. 70,000. Gold everything, or the whole thing, you know. Drive Club, you're a Drive Club fan? Yeah, the problem is with Drive Club, I can't drive. You can't use a wheel on it. Like, do you have a wheel? Like this would be a totally different. I have to tell you, to be honest, this is totally different than Drive Club. And Drive Club is a very beautiful game, but physics. Yeah, that's Gran Turismo 6 75,000. Gran Turismo 5 just run a lot of NASCAR rooms as well. I have Gran Turismo 6 about 20,000 kilometers just on this track on Gran Turismo 6. That's just 6. I've done most all that on controller. Just recently went over to the wheel. You know, in perspective. Project Cars, we put 630 hours in the simplest kind of 30 hours of control. And then I went to the wheel. But I haven't looked back. Because the wheel the wheel dude it's amazing. I mean, it just brings such an immersion. You know, it just brings you into a different level. And it's got a ton of really neat cars. You know, there's the rough versions. Maserati. It just has an SUV. But I'm sure you already know what's available there. A Mercedes Benz. Yeah, and you know it's and so does Gran Turismo and I think like actually if you go on my channel and you subscribe, I actually have some videos up from Gran Turismo 6 that I used to post up. Now they're not the greatest because I did them from my old cell phone. Um, but I think I speak in one of my videos about the sound files. So Gran Turismo has like, say for the V8 sound, right? I mean, they got, and if you do the exhaust grade upgrade, like it just seems like they got the same V8 sound for like Camaro Z28, race car version. And then they got, then you get into say the Cobra, or you get into uh, you get into the BMW, the M5, or the C whatever the AMG version in the Mercedes, and it all gives you that same sort of or the Charger. If you go in, you see I got a video on the Charger. It's labeled Fast and the Furious Charger. It's the way I labeled it, and it has that same. It's a beautiful sound, but they've copied the sounds over. I think that I think Assetto Corsa though. I think Assetto Corsa is probably the Project Cars does the same thing. I believe. Now with Assetto Corsa in the motor sounds, I really think that they are probably the most broadest and have the most sound files that I've ever heard. Like you go from car to car to car to car to car, and if you seen these cars or heard these cars in real life, I mean, they're like, it's bang on. Like I saw the one for the Alpha. All right, I'll show you something here. So the Alpha, right? This Alpha Romeo, the 155, right? This one here. So I actually saw an old video posted on Facebook of this car, and it was called the Alpha 155. You know, sounds, right? So it's a video and it's of this car. And this car revs up to like 13 grand. It's a V6, right? It says V6, but it runs around 13 grand, right? So it's very high pitched. It almost sounds like an F1 car. And the real life versions of the sounds, I mean, are just almost like in game. Oh, okay. Okay, good, good. Well, I'm glad you have subscribed. Awesome. So, I think they did a really great job with the sounds. I think they did a spectacular job with the physics. I think they got some issues, like I'll show you. Um, so they got a camber issue that's a day one problem. Uh, I guess we go to the track to find to do it, but like um, so with the BMWs, like the 1M, the Stage 3 1M, the M4, and now it seems to has filtered off into the Porsche lineup, into certain Porsche lineup, where the rear camber is default at 1, not -1, but 1, which is a positive camber for the rear. Is not, it's just not a usual setting. So, and no matter what you do to change it, it gives you an odd setting, and you can't really mess with it. And it's a day one glitch. And so I went to, just to give you an example, and I reported it in the Assetto Corsa forums along with the black cat. There's a black cat glitch with the GT2 M3 on Black Cat, and the AI go all crazy on the back stretch. They do this jump, and the front end bounces around like one of those, like you see the Mexican cars where they jumping up and down the front end, popping up. That's what these do. So I reported it, and then alongside that, in the same thread, I dared to post in the same thread about the camber issue. Oh, you gotta start a new thread about that. I'm going, what? You're the devs. You're the devs. You see that it's here. I have it in there. Oh, you gotta report it. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. You just gotta be kidding me. I'm telling you, this is the issue. Here's where it's at. Take 2 minutes, go in and look at it, Anyway, so it's that kind of frustration. And then if you criticize that, then they kick you and ban you and all that kind of stuff. So, but the game itself is good. The game itself is good. Minor issues that you can get around. I hope that helps a bit. I hope that helps a little bit anyway. Here's one thing I haven't really tried on here. Where is... Yeah, and I agree with you. And they always seem to be behind on DLC. So this latest Porsche DLC, they're 6 weeks behind. We're 6 weeks behind on console, and that's a lifetime in the gaming world. 6 weeks. The PC's got a 6 week jump on us on the same DLC. But yeah, yeah. And it's the same, it's like, and I'm sure it doesn't take much digging if you dig in and you type in Project Cars and Ian Bell, asshole. If you type those words in, Project Cars, Ian Bell, asshole, and then you'll see in there about, there's many stories in there, even articles written about how he attacks people who are critical, dare to be critical, and the people that do all this work report things, and they basically call them liars. It's not happening, and it's like, unless you show them on video, and even when you show them on video, well, it's it's like, dude, you know what? Oh, I got a setup in here. I wonder if it's any good. Probably not. Oh, did you see that? See that the car settled on the setup? That's one really neat thing too, is that it will, when you're sitting in the car and as you change the ride height, you can actually be in this car and the ride height will go up and down. You can see the nose go up and down. It's kind of cool. Alright. I don't know. I have no idea what the setup is on this. We'll give her a try. I don't know which view I want though. Well, I hope it did. And, yeah, anytime you get any questions, it's just like rotation here. Oh, that's why. Just had to check the anytime, but anytime. Well, I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's sometimes it's frustrating. You think you're trying to do your best and stuff. You don't know if they really like what you're doing. But you see, a lot of people coming in, and you get a lot, you get reviews, putting up likes or whatever. So it's hard to tell. So when they get comments like that, that's pretty cool. I like that. It all applies. Cars putting in front of me is really freaking annoying. Alright, cheers, man. Thanks for popping in. You're welcome anytime. I hope you do, guys. We get this pretty cool video. We have actually a Facebook group. So you can see PS4, VR6, and maybe a Assetto Corsa. Hey, what's going on, my man? Long time no talk. It's my fault. I wasn't really around too much. Working for just I didn't know where I worked. It's one place. They are pretty busy. Ooh. I didn't even think I was really on the broadcast until like 7 years. Or Assetto Corsa group other than that, my son was in command of the console. Oh, is it really? It's loud, is it? Maybe I better speak up. Depends on the car, I think. Hard to get the right mix. Yeah, I don't really exactly have the most expensive extra either. It's just really cheap. It is loud. That front left seat, yep. Shooting that front left. Bob. I gotta get it better. I have a mic. I just gotta find a way to get it to work. I have a nice steady mic. The damn thing, when I turn it on, I can't use my headset, so I gotta, with the PS4, it's weird. I mean, I can use it to record and stuff, I can use the Yeti mic to do voiceovers. I don't need the headset, but... Shitty setup. Yeah, you're saying, I think you remember, you said you got it hacked. So have you done anything with it? Have you used it? Project Cars? Have you played Project Cars? Put some time on it? I'm trying to read. Assetto is a little duller in the graphics too, yeah. The graphics are only, only so important, right? I mean, it's good for the back and stuff, but at least, like the sun and stuff like that, right? The sun streaming in through, like you get the lens, you get the glare coming in through the trees and all that stuff. I like that though. I like that. It's more challenging, right? This doesn't have traditional transitional time of day or anything like that. Unfortunately. I'll put this away for a second. This lap, I'll put this car away. I haven't driven the car in a while though. There we go. Ah, look at that. I'm cooking the left side. So you got the. Okay, but yeah, so you got Project Cars and Assetto Corsa though, right? Yeah, you got both, right? We'll have to get on Project Cars and set up a lobby or something. Look how low I got that. I think I got this thing too friggin' low. No wonder. I set up a profile point. I can hear it. I can hear it running. That's the backfire. I'm setting up my wheel. How have you been anyway, dude? Oh, did you? For Project Cars? I didn't get it. Maybe I just didn't. Wow, I wouldn't have seen it. I usually don't see messages. Okay. I can give it a controller setup. Like the dead zones. So it's like, I set, when I was using the controller, it was all 0 dead zones. So, dead zone for your steering, dead zone for your throttle, like a zero dead zone for your steering, zero dead zone for your throttle, zero dead zone for your brake. Yeah, okay, just 1 sec. I just gotta grab them here. I've copied and pasted them so many damn times. Controller settings. Yeah, so it's something like this. So your steering dead, just like I thought, yeah. So your steering dead zone is 0. Your sensitivity is 30 for steering. Your throttle dead zone is 0. Your throttle sensitivity is 50. Your brake dead zone is 0. Your brake sensitivity is 30. Your clutch dead zone is 0. Your clutch sensitivity is 45. Speed sensitivity is set at 75. And your controller filtering is at 50. And of course, whatever force feedback you want, right? Usually you get that set at like 100%. Now, there might be some variance in some of those. Some people like a little bit of dead zone. I don't like dead zone. I don't like it. And actually, compared to Project Cars, Assetto Corsa has dead zone, even though it's saying it's not supposed to have dead zone, but it does. Repeat those without the dead zones. Well, but that is the dead zones, right? Okay, so it's 0 dead zones for all of them. So okay, so then the steering here. All right, so if you're doing it, do you got a pen and paper or do you have it up right now? Like, are you on it? If you're on it, then just go right from the top and work your way down. So it's 10, 30. Sorry, what am I saying here? Duh. It's 0, 30, 0, 50, 0, 30, 0, 45. And then it's 75, 50, 100. And the force feedback is the 100. So your steering sensitivity would be 30, throttle sensitivity 50, brake sensitivity 30, clutch sensitivity is 45, and speed sensitivity 75, controller filtering is 50, and your force feedback, I'm assuming you probably get that 100%. So let's see what that is. And that, my friend, is what worked pretty good for me using the controller. Okay. So if you have notes, then it's Like I said, it's, from top to bottom, it's 0, 30, 0, 50, 0, 30, 0, 45, 0, or 75, 50, and then 100. So I think that the most important part is your dead zones, to be honest. Um, Having a 0 dead zone. Now, if you find it's too sensitive, you might put it up to like maybe 1 or 2 dead zone. But you'll hear people say, "Oh, you should have like a 10 or a 15 dead zone." Don't do that. It's a crutch for one thing, and it doesn't give you the accuracy when you need it. Like especially if you get into a course like Bathurst, um, or you get into, say, you get into uh, Northlife, not Northlife, but you get into the GP course of this. Um, there's a couple of S's where you really needed to turn, and if you got too much dead zone in there, it's just a mess. Just a mess. No problem. Yeah, you gotta get a wheel though, dude. You gotta get a wheel. You gotta get a wheel and a rig, all that kind of stuff. Are you on Project Cars tonight? What are you gonna be on? What are you gonna be on that on Project Cars? Yeah, good. What are you gonna be on? Yeah, and don't be frustrated with those settings, because believe me, once you get used to it. Also, don't use the line. It's gonna be very tempting to use the line, but don't use the guiding line. I think we talked about that before. I think we talked about that before, though. Don't use the line, the data line. This not only messes you up in the long run. Yes, I want to quit. I almost thought about um, maybe doing some dirt this weekend too. Maybe getting back into that, make broadcasts some dirt. I used to do I used to have a lot of fun with dirt. You get quite the workout. Oh, you're hunting this weekend? Okay. Oh, good. Oh, that's too bad. Well, Monday I'll be at work, but um, well, that's too bad, dude. But I'm sure we'll get at her at some point over the holidays, maybe even. Well, I don't know what your plans are, how much time you got off or whatever. But Sunday evening. All right. Well, that might be a plan then. We'll try for that. We'll see. I have my son with me this weekend again, so um, and then after that, he's going to be at his mom's for the following 2 weekends. And then, and then it's Christmas. Oh my god, then it's Christmas. Listen to me yawn it. Feels so bad to do that. It would be a fun car to drive on here. What about this thing? Yeah, but is that going to be on Assetto Corsa? I know that they're putting it out for race for him. That's going to be a cool car, though. I was watching a video on that tonight, actually, coincidentally enough. Oh, I think so. Just 1 sec. 1 second, dude. My nose. No, I don't remember the. I don't know. Maybe I forgot. Oh, GT6 or the M6. Yeah. Oh, I think I lost you. The Roadster. Excuse me. Hope I'm not getting sick. I hope. Excuse me. I've never had this here before. This is pretty interesting. Headlights up, headlights down, headlights up, headlights down. Interesting. A little towel. There's something about the M6. I think I know now. Yeah, I'd have to. If that's great. If it is, I really want to see that car. And then you that car comes out. Pop up the lights. Where we go? Oopsie. Never had the Lambo on here before. This one anyway. I've had the GT3, the Huracan. I love the sound of the brakes. That's a new sound. Yeah. Yeah. I never really liked it in Gran Turismo, but I don't mind it on here. Handles like a friggin' tank, to be honest with you. Belonging or something? Jesus, man. Where's she up and shifting? Yeah, that's because I'm using a paddle shifter. I don't have an 8 shifter. If I had an H pattern shifter, then you'd have that clutch, you know, where you put the clutch. So yeah, it sounds kind of weird, doesn't it? They should have a fix for it, because I mean, I think Project Cars does a better job of it, to be honest with you. And I think it depends on the car in this one as well, so. You could set the blip, it's called automatic blip or whatever. Shit. Ah! Yeah, this thing doesn't handle. It's like a tank. This thing's like a freaking tank. This is a supercar back in the day, you know? But I guess back then it wasn't a supercar. If I back off on the fuel though, kind of helps a bit, but it doesn't sound so geeky. Come on. Oy. Yeah. But it didn't have more like body damage and something like Project Cars. Damn it. God damn it. Ours are frozen. does on the straight stretch. I don't think the PC did any damage, really. I recall. Whoa! Weird. Car or what? Yeah. Well, on Project Cars, there's lots of it's really neat the damage. I mean, you know, it adds to that immersion thing. But for Assetto Corsa, there's no you don't really get any damage to your car. I mean, you can set it for mechanical damage. So, but as far as dents and all that kind of stuff, it's not on Project Cars or not on Assetto Corsa. Oh yeah, broken window. Yes, you do. Yeah. Yeah, it's minor stuff though. Do you? The bumper? I've never seen the bumper thing on the PC version, but I mean, it's been a while since I played it, to be honest with you, the PC version. I haven't played the PC version since the console version has come out. So that should tell you there, I guess. I want to get on it more on PC version because I want to compare, like I want to do a comparison to see, like car for car. See if there's any differences between, PC versus console. A lot of neat detail in that. They did a good job with it. Alright, anyway, enough of that one. What else? What else? What do you want to see? Anything? BMW. Audi. I did a video on this one here, the Sport Quattro. I don't think I've had this step one out though. P1. This thing, boy. This thing is a death trap. They don't call it the Black Widow for nothing. Yeah, don't call it the Black Widow for nothing. I've had the GT, the 650 on here before, the McLaren. But, all I can do with that. Okay. Yeah. Now you have to set up. Straight, that's default. Okay, what do I know I have to do? And then the toe. I'll hack it. That's it, really. You can't really do too much with it. So we'll see. Should be interesting. Oopsie. Oh my god. I don't think it's on. It does it automatically. See in the video. Whoa! Wow! You can't do it like. So you can't do it manually. I don't know what the hell is. What the hell that is, but recovery. I don't know what that is. Not anymore. For Assetto Corsa? It just does all the DRS just does automatically when you reach certain speeds and turn up. I'll show you. I'll race. See, it's a different setup for me. It's like charging, race. I don't know what the hell all this stuff is. Recovery? Well, I don't know what that is. See, it goes down. And you'll see it flip. See how I put on the brakes? Well, you know more about this than I do. So what's charging and what's race? I don't understand. What's the difference between charging and race? Race? I don't know. Okay, we're going to restart this. So what's the best way to have it then? Charging, and then it says race. MGU delivery. I don't know what that is. Charging and race. Race, I guess, eh? I am race for charging. And then the recovery. Uses less so it can charge faster. Okay. But I mean, I don't. Yeah. I'm just trying to get this damn thing figured out. They changed the buttons all around. The DRS used to be up in my R2 or L2 DRS and curves, but it's not anymore. See, it's on the wood. On the steering wheel, DRS. That's just the headlights. $60 to 70%. All right. Okay. right? 60. And charging or on race? Ah, okay. So race mode. Okay. Okay, that makes sense then, I guess. I don't know. Alright, race. Alright, let's try now. There's a little difference. Maybe it doesn't. Alright, I gotta start this game. Alright. Let's go. Wow, look at it just come wants to come right around on me. Basically set your recovery so that you have your full bar on the corner before the... Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I didn't know any of that. That's why some people were kicking my ass on Spa on our time trial. They knew what they were doing with this car, and I don't. I had no idea. Jeez, it wants to rotate around. I'd rather push the button myself. Yeah, I'll get used to it. It's like anything else, you know, you just gotta get used to it. I was wondering how all those bars and stuff work. Well, there, you taught me something. Yeah. Hey, look at that. I think I'm driving the wrong way. Thanks for telling me. Proper brake mix in here too as well. Yeah, I know about the battery charging and the braking, but I thought it was just kind of it was an automatic thing. You couldn't really do it. It was what it was, sort of thing. But well, that's good to know. Good to know you can set those percentages increasing charging percentages. I really didn't know. Cool. Come on, we almost have it. Come on, stay in it, stay in it. God damn it, stay in it, stay in it, stay in it. This thing's a monster to drive, I'm telling you, man. Holy Jesus. I'm trying to get too much out of the range as well, right? First time taking it around here. That's cool, dude. No, I'm serious. You caught me something tonight because I really didn't know what all that shit meant. I just drive the frigger. I just drive the frigger. Barely. I mean, I can do some setups and stuff, of course, but I don't like the way this thing handles them to the not crazy. It is a street car, I guess. I was expecting more from McLaren, you know? Just that used to it. Better turns. I might do some dirt this weekend too. What have you gotten me into in this car? I swear to God. This thing is a beast. It is for this course anyway. Did a time trial for it in our group for Spa. It wasn't too bad. It was still a pretty crazy car to handle. But like I said, they don't call it the Widowmaker for nothing, I guess. I heard about it, yeah. Yeah, I heard about that, yeah. It is. It's on with this DLC. It's insane. A lot of understeer. lap count Friday night. Getting to know you lap. Whoa! Already? Oh, so much for that. Oh, I'm thinking. Oh, yeah, too much toe. That's why I got no brake. Yeah. No way. That thing is just insane. You know, if you worked at it, you could really get it to do something, but I'm supposed to go up on my. Maybe I'll try that. What's my tire temps here? Pretty. Let me try something drastic. Let's see what happens. Crazy for doing this, but it's a game, right? Oh no, don't get me wrong, I'm having fun, dude. I'm having fun, my friend. It's a challenge. I look at it as a challenge. I'm really glad you're here because you gave me some really good information. My bad. I had that spider on here. It was like insane, that Porsche. Oh, I couldn't believe how horrible it was. I'm like, wow. Oh! Okay. I've never had that happen before. Did you see that yet? I've never had that happen before. Oh, I gotta see that. I gotta see that. Alright. Yeah. Let's watch some of this. Oh. Look at that. Whoa. I forgot about that braking point. You gotta brake. I know. It does look serious though, doesn't it? It looks like one fucking serious car. Look at the front end, just wants. There's nothing you can do about it. Like there's no adjustments. I can't put like more downforce in the front. And that's what it needs. It needs to be able to put more downforce in the front. Now I don't know if that's a real life thing. Like, what do you think? I don't know. Look at that thing. Look at the blue flame coming out of it. Oh, sweet though. Get it figured out. If we can get the setup figured out, boy, I tell you, it's gonna be an amazing car. Boink. It does. What is it to get one of those? A couple $1 million? Jay Leno has one. Oh, I almost had it there too. I almost had it. Look at that blue flame. They did a great job. Yeah, let's go back. Let's go to that. I want to see that before you get off. I want to see this going through that goes to the carousel here. Not too bad. It didn't feel too bad going through the carousel. This is my favorite part going through here. 3. Yeah. Fuck. $3 million, man. That's insane. No, I know what you meant. Dude, I know what you meant. Yeah. Yeah, 3 million. Can you imagine? If I could tame this, this would be a fun car to have. It's fun. Like, I have a good time with it. Don't get me wrong. I have a good time with it. You just don't know me yet. When I'm going crazy like that, I'm having a good time. I like the challenge, you know what I mean? To try and get here. Some cars just frustrate me to no end, though. They do. And I find them very difficult. Or some cars are difficult, and they're really not fun to drive. And then other cars are really difficult to drive, but they're a lot of fun. You know what I mean? Look at that. Thing grabs in there, dude. Okay, anyway. Let's go to, come on again. Look at dirt. They did some work on the, look at, oh, since the last patch. So it would never get, the car would never get this dirty. Look at that. So they've done some work. Assetto Corsa has done some work. I've never seen, look at all the dirt on the rear spoiler and that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna show you here in a sec. Look at that. That never used to be like that before. Since that must be just last patch, they're adding all that dirt and stuff. I think that's a great. I think that's great that they did. All right. Oh. Hang on. Yeah, it's made some. They've really made some changes to that. Like you said, yeah, it used to get dusty or a hazing of dirt. That's no, it's good. It's not Project Cars, but it's good. It's still good. I think it's a good. It's a step in the right direction for them. Let me get that spider out next time. Maybe you can help me with that. That's the setup thing for that spider too. How that's set up. Here it comes. Ah, it's not very long, but let's see if we can get a different angle. That's there goes $3 million. Yeah, the LaFerrari. Yeah, it's another one that's really kind of crazy. The LaFerrari. The Porsche, though. This. Oh, yeah, that 918. This is insane. This car. Actually, no, I'm gonna get black with the orange. I like that. Yeah, I took this one out for like a quick second, and when the ass end came around on me like 6 times, I'm like, oh my god! And like I'm no slouch on this course. The Agera one that crashed here. Oh yeah, that no, I didn't know that. Really? Oh no, I didn't know that. There's been a lot of crashes here. A lot of money. A lot of money engraved into the dirt in the weeds here along Green Hill. A lot of money. I mean, over the years, tens of millions of dollars in cars have been, you know. Okay. Now, does this have? See, it has all that stuff. So I wanna. It's called Hot Lap, Sport Hybrid, Race Hybrid. What do I want to put it on? And then you said 60% for this. All right, so 60. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. I don't know if I've seen it. It's probably on YouTube, I would imagine. So which one do you think? Sport hybrid, race hybrid, or hot lap? And which do you know which each means? Now, this just has to do with acceleration, doesn't it? It doesn't have anything to do with like a pre-setup of my suspension or anything. It just has to do with the curves, right? This has to do with the curves. Sport hybrid, race hybrid, hot lap. Hot lap means you're probably like you're using all it's on full mode, like full drain or whatever. And then also, I'm waiting for you to tell me which one that is. Yeah, see, I started to put something in here, but I don't think I got anything set up. Yeah, I put more. I just added fuel. I'm going to take a bit of the toe. Sport is less, races in the middle, hot lap is max. It's acceleration, yes. Oh, okay. Alright. Cool. I look, I never knew that. I never knew that crap worked. Cool. Okay. And from what I recall, this thing is ass happy. So I'll put a little bit of that in. Alright, so I want something, because it's such a long track, I probably want races middle. So we'll go in the middle. Monkey in the middle. Alright.
it's like it's got like a. It's got it there. More planted than the P1 there, but wasn't really going full bore either. Did you see? You must have seen that the Grand Tour when they had the 3 cars out, eh? And I'm sure. Actually, this is a lot more planted than what I remember, but maybe I'll just change up the camber and the toe on it so it's melted a bit. Richard Hammond had this in Abu Dhabi, I think it was, or something. He had this for last, but he also had it on Grand Tour with the P1 and I think the Colorado. Yeah, I just heard the ting on my phone, so I'll have to have a look at that one. I could get used to this, I think. We could have some fun with this. I don't know. I'm not using any traction control either. It's not my favorite Porsche so far. Not too bad. Oh, as I smash it up. Raise your recovery by 1. My recovery. Oh, my. Yes. So 70%. Alright, thank you. Well, why not have the recovery on at just running at 100%? Wouldn't that make more sense? Or what's the differences between running say 20% and running 100%? Like, would it be beneficial just to run at 100% all the time and then it would have 100% recovery? Or there must be a downfall to having it on 100%. Oh, doesn't want to stop. Better on the wheel than the P1. Oh, really? The worst braking? Ah, okay. Braking is important, but not hugely important on this course, so it's good to know. So if I turn the rate down, I'd have a lot better braking. Alright, just something you gotta get used to. So I don't understand, why does it take away from your braking ability? I don't understand that. to affect your ability to brake. The first full lap of this thing. Okay. Alright. Wait till you, yeah. Wait till you get a wheel, man. Freak out. I feel like such a noob driving this car, though, to be honest with you. This in the P1, I feel like I'm just a noob. I'm sort of control. Oh. Oh. See? Okay. Oh, it's getting terrible now. Look at me. It's definitely different, that's for sure. Well, empty in the bottom, it's empty in the bottom. Not as fast as the P1. Not by much, so they're talking a lot here. What kind of time I can get? Keep a clean time around here. Oh my God! Targets. It gets unsettled so quickly. So no, what you're saying, I mean, what you're saying makes sense. It makes absolute sense. That's the only problem. If you mess up the lap here, then you're done. Like 20, 30 kilometers. Look, another one, look. It gets unsettled. See that? I did that on purpose. Just to see. It gets just unsettled just like the P1. Just like the P1, eh? Interesting. Interesting car. Let's see what it looks like. The green is the battery. And that the bottom. Oh, okay. The green is the battery. I don't know what it is with Assetto Corsa though. This black, it just doesn't look right for some reason. But it's like it's covered in velvet or something. It's weird. Big flame, little big flame. That's pretty cool. Very unsettled car though. Anyway, that was interesting. let's see. Now I'll show you the difference in comparison. Say we go back to McLaren. And I take out that 650. Now this is GT3, of course. Yeah, I'm glad you told me about that, dude, because I had no idea. And to be honest, I guess I've been lazy that way. I didn't look it up. Like, I just didn't look it up. So, but that, what you're telling me, that's good information. Glad you were here tonight, because I would have been like, look, because I looked at it before. I'm like, what the hell is all that? I thought I had to do traction control and crap. Okay. All right. No, that's good to know, because I know they changed around the buttons. I'm like, what the heck is everything here now? Ah! Having a night or what? So then what is that orange thing that's there now? Is that part of my... Like, can I adjust that power? That's my ABS. Season 1 there. But there's nothing I can change on this one there. Looking at that. Let me restart that. That's the thing. You can't set the traction control. Oh, that's the hybrid controls too. Yeah. So I mean, I don't have. Maybe I can't set it because I don't have traction control turned on. That could be a part of the thing there too. Why I don't have it showing up in the buttons. Which might be a good idea. I know a lot of people like. I have to check my rotation here. Oh, they keeps on resetting for the car. There. Oh, I was wondering why it was so twitchy. Alright, try it one more time. I knew it was. Oh, okay. Yeah. This thing, in comparison, is so much easier to drive. Oh, okay, the wheel speed. Yeah, in comparison, I mean, these cars are easy to drive. Tires are not getting heated, no. Definitely have to get on Sunday night then. What time were you thinking on Sunday? Any particular time that's good for you? East. Yeah. Yeah, we're on the same time zone. We're only an hour away from each other. Oh! My carousel. Okay, that sounds good too. I mean, if you happen to get some time, before then, just give me a share, let me know. I'll probably be, like I said, I'll be fighting my son for console time this weekend. Oh, the turbo. Yeah, makes sense. little bit of seat time with this. I could do a lot with this. Yeah. Well, that and P-Cars, I mean, you know, we'll get, actually, Cody is, in our Facebook group there. He wants to get a GT3 league going, in Project Cars, so we'll get that going, I'll let you know. Alright, my man. Well, thanks for coming out and watching, and, supporting here tonight. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your help too. Sure. We'll talk to you soon. Alright, buddy. See ya. Talk to you soon, my friend. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Yeehaw. Oh, more tires. That weird turning feels unnatural. Do you have any seat time with this yet? Can't complain too much of this. I'll let you know.
not a great time, is it? Like 2 o'clock in the morning, Whoa. No. Gran Turismo? It depends there. Depends on what way you're thinking. But for me, no. I've been in the Gran Turismo franchise since '95. I've all of them. I guess maybe when you're looking at it the graphics wise and stuff, maybe I guess. But the physics and everything, all that kind of stuff is it's just beautiful. It's even better than Project Cars because Project Cars has a lot better graphics. But yeah. I mean, I really like the photo mode on this is really horrible. Camera mode and all that kind of stuff. Picture mode. Assetto Corsa is well compared to Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo has probably got the best photo mode. I like taking pictures and stuff of the car, different settings, angles and stuff, right? Yeah, graphics are so but they're pretty good. I can't complain, really. But Project Cars, I think, has the best cars. You know, the beauty, the scenery, and the actual day-to-night transition.
weather transitions, all that kind of stuff in Project Cars. Assetto Corsa doesn't have any of that. Whatever day you set it on is kind of time of day is when you set it. That's when never gets dark. Now, if that's not important to you, then this is a beautiful game for you. I mean, it's a lot of fun. If physics are your number one concern, because the physics on this alone are beautiful. I mean, there's just nothing touches it so far. Nothing touches it so far as physics are concerned. Now you can get close to the same physics as Assetto Corsa in Project Cars, but you have to go through so much work, and you have to do it for each individual car. You have to set for your wheel. You have to set your all. I mean, it's just an enormous amount of different settings you have to put in there. Very complicated, but it can be done. Anyway, I took that out for one of my subscribers, and that was on tonight watching. And I'm supposed to be doing some Porsche stuff, but he wanted to see some McLaren, and so let's go back to Porsche. So Cayman's pretty cool. That thing's a monster. But this Carrera, it's really beating the crap out of me, this thing. You know, this is one thing I haven't tried out yet. This is like the sedan of Porsche. This is probably the one I haven't tried. Alright, let's take red. Red or blue. Red. Blue. Blue? Oh, what the hell? Blue. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it is. Um, it most certainly is more natural, and it's easy. It just feels like, yeah. The physics that's translated from what you see here and what puts through the wheel, it actually makes you feel like you're behind the wheel. With Project Cars, you lose a lot of that, but you can gain it in the force feedback settings portion of your wheel settings, but you have to do it for each individual car, and it's very complicated. But yeah, yeah, I would agree. I just wish they had like it'd be nice if they had like the day-night transition. It'd be, for like, endurance races, for instance. I mean, you would think a set of courses would get that figured out, or think that that's important because of the nature of the vehicles that we drive and race with and stuff like that. Um, so what is this one called? Panorama, Panamera. Okay. So I've never driven this around here, so we'll see. And Mara, I guess. Mara, M-A-R-A, right? M-A. I don't know, something like that. I know it's what it is. I know what it is. Panamera, I think it's Mira. I'll see if I can get here saved. Pana. Yeah, it is Mira. Mira, and Mara.
pull away in a little bit, but you know. Alright, what can we do with this? Probably not too much. Oof. Lower the tire pressure. I can't change the tire compound. Oh, camber. Oh, this is a glitch. Day one glitch, and now it's on this one as well. That really sucks. So I'm going to put a positive, like, see how that? I'm going to what? Put positive camber in the right rear for some reason. That's bullshit. Oh, I really need to get that business sorted out. These guys, I'm telling you. Bring that. All right, let's just drive it. See what happens. Oh. Oh, listen to that. I've never had this one. Let's have a look at it. Oh, nice. Oh, listen to it. Ah, nice sound. Alright, well, let's see. Pardon me. Turn. What a turn. Wow. Okay. Should be able to go like that's bull. That's a day one glitch, and I brought it up in their forums and stuff, and they just laughed. Oh, it's not a problem. Whatever. Whatever, dudes. Right. I swear to God, these devs haven't played the game. Very smooth, like it's just, it's weird. I know it's a family in the car, but sports car. Very heavy in the front end. Oh, very heavy. I put on a little bit of ABS there, but not using traction. That worked.
honest with you, I think this car is put together well enough that you wouldn't hear that kind of a wind noise. That's a little, I don't know, thing. Should have thought about that. It's Porsche. Just wouldn't have, especially the family sedan version. I could see it more in a Spider or something, or one of the GT3 or something like that, where you use like plexiglass. But for something like this is designed to be fairly quiet to hear the motor. Hearing wind noise coming in through, I think it's a little bit of a stretch. Hearing that amount of wind noise anyway. I know I can control it on my end, but roll up your windows. Yeah, roll my windows up. You're right. Just wish they would have. It would have been nice if they would have taken that into consideration. Of course, for God's sakes. It's a neat effect. Don't get me wrong, but you know, just like the brake squeal. So the brake squeal in the older cars, the older race cars, because you're using steel pads, you know, versus now the carbon fiber and stuff. They're a lot quieter. So I think that they would have done something with that along that line. Minor criticism. I think I'm taking more of an issue with that camber, that day one camber issue. This is full rear camber, because that makes a huge difference affecting handling. It was first noted in the BMWs. The M4 brought it up in the forums. Now there's the Maserati SUV version. That's what this is supposed to be on the competitive lines, but you think they would have had the Cayenne or something to do that, but maybe that might come in the new DLC or something down the road. It's very sloppy, but you know, it's what it is. Family type version. Oh, wide there. With the understeer. Not an understeer. Gotta be careful because I'm getting a little hot. Oh, it says that I'm green for road tires. It's hot. A little hot for get time lap. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in and watching. Welcome anytime. Welcome back. you want, definitely hit that subscribe button, okay, bud? More the merrier. Just didn't get the back stretch here. Oh, 170 miles an hour, holy. Not bad. You think about it. It's a fast freaking car, man. Family car. Four door. Royals in that. Alright, so let's do a timeline. four-door.
820 in a family car. Not bad. Let's have a peek. This is my outlap. This is not the timed lap, but it's the outlap. First time I've ever driven this car. It's got a beautiful sound to it. It really does have a beautiful sound. Still my outlap. I just made a little setting change there. Tire camber and toe, I think it was. I did. I really love that sound though. They did a really great job. I wonder what they paid for it. This is right. It was worth it though. Look at that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to fast forward it because I want to see my good lap here. This is the first full lap here I've ever done with this car on any track, really. I saw it sitting there in the DLC, but it just didn't really come as an interest until tonight. But you know what? I'll give it a shot. Alright, so here comes the decent lap. Well, hopefully it will be decent. I think it was. Yeah. What a sound. It's got a nice sound to it. Oh, take the wife and the kids out shopping. 4-door. I don't know what that thing would cost in real life, but it's snowing it. Got a little air. of this car so far.
For a family sedan. Jeez. A little bit of practice. Get up closer to the 8-minute mark. For sure. Got a good chance. When you throw up a like if you get a chance, that'd be awesome. It helps me out. Thanks. A little understeery, but I mean, take care of that a little bit. There's a leak going up and down. So it's hitting like 172 miles an hour. That's pretty good for your family sedan, man. Wow. A video up on that later on. Huh? Very cool. I like that car. This thing, this Carrera is something else though.
Trying to figure out a good, decent setup for that to try and get this thing around the course. It's not so easy. This is not meant to be easy though, is it? Easy, everybody be doing it. Pilot Sport Cup 2. It's sweet though. Like, sweet machine. Alright, now, where was I with this? Bring the tow. You know what? I'm going to bring the tow right out and then go from there. Maybe we can do negative tow. Let's just try that. Oops. I'll try that and see. Okay. See what happens. Jesus.
Got a lot of power off oversteer. Here it comes. Wow.
Oh, that's not what I want. Now, let's try that.
give it an honest go here, I guess, and see where it goes from there.
Hmm. I'm really lost on this, to be honest, I have to say. It's going in a negative direction. See how that feels, I guess.
and it feels very heavy on the wheel. Very heavy. Damn, he's there. Nowhere.
Needs some more work. That's for sure. Let's have a peek at it though. So with the other cars too. Plug in my headset. Cord for that. Of course. Hangs up.
Oh yeah. Look at that. Screw it up anymore. was a little bit better. Dampers around a little bit. Turn. Turn.
turn.
Jeez. Come on, come on, come on.
Oh,
Okay, Michael.
And you got an 820. So not too far off before they start running over me.
There's nothing on this track.
Walk all the way.
go. Where does that put me then? Oh, wow, it took off 2 seconds. How does the AI get such great times driving like this? Floppiest driving, but they managed to get like insane time.